about the writing style of the book. Like,
Yeah.
I always say I hate when people like use this very big English
Yeah.
and try to be elegant in their writing, but it just doesn't come together. And you
And
read
the
a
story is not
sentence,
communicated at
it's
all.
not
Yeah.
communicating.
Yeah.
This one is
Yeah.
almost like the opposite. It's written in such broken English,
Right.
but I was like,
It's,
I'm okay with it.
and
I
it
was okay
flows,
with it.
right? It
It
flows.
flows.
We
So
are live, by the way.
oh, hi. Who's
Hi
this here talking?
guys.
Let me see. Okay, Umphile
Let me just
says,
see. I think Omphile is trying to communicate something.
yeah, she sent a message now.
Okay, so Omphile says she's putting her kids to bed. Oh, she's back. We're live. Hi, Omphile.
Hi.
Hi.
Hey.
Okay,
Yeah,
I have to do what I said I have to do first, and then I'll be back. I promise.
Okay. The ring light is on. Eh? I can
Yeah.
see it. I'm too lazy to go sort mine out.
I'll be back. 1 minute.
Okay, all good. Let me see if it. Yours is
all right.
sharing
Sorry, I'm
to.
just trying to sort out Nonhly. I see. Okay, I don't know. Sometimes StreamYard is not telling the truth. Okay, it says there are no people on right
I want
now.
to.
I'm
I want
hoping
to
there
check.
are no people on right now because we are trying to sort out a few other things. So Nonhly is just trying to figure out how to join. So
Okay.
that's why I had to mute myself. Let me
Let me
just
see.
forward her actually what she
It
needs
says
to
this.
use.
It says this one person watching. Let me see.
Okay, you see on my side it says 0. Hi, one person watching.
I don't know who they are because I just went in with my phone now to see.
Okay, okay.
Because I feel like on when you are the one joining in to somebody else's sprint to just watch, it shows you
Mhm.
real numbers than
Oh, see
from
now it says
when you are
3, which is
hosting.
weird. Okay,
Yeah, I think
okay.
I'm two. I'm number two in there because of my phone.
Listen, child, even if there was one person, it would have been the thing, okay?
It would have been a thing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, let's
I'm
wait
somewhat.
for hi Sans. Let's wait for Nonthly to
Hi,
figure out how
Simole.
to you can see the comments. Hey, Charity.
Yeah. Yes, I
Since we are
can.
doing this, everybody
Just beware. We do it. This is the first time, so you guys bear with us. Um, if we're getting some things wrong. How are you, Simole? How was your week? What are you planning to read?
like I don't even want to say what I just did. I'm not even gonna communicate why I went off and I'm back now. That's all that matters. I don't know. So
Yeah.
what's say whoever's on here, please bear with us for like the first intro session because we are all trying to find our feet.
Hi, Katlego.
Yeah. So hey Kat. Ompila says she's having difficulty with her connection as well. I have sent Nonthly the instructions on logging on. I see she hasn't seen it yet. So anyway, maybe we can just proceed like Charity was asking with what people are reading, how much you want to get through during this sprint, how far you are, etc.
See, there's a couple of
Hey
people here already.
Sporo! That's my
Hi,
sister.
Katlego. Oh, hi, Sporo. Hi, sisters.
I had to explain to her how these sprints work. She was just like,
Okay, I'm on now.
Hi.
okay, I'll go first and I'll share what I'm reading. I'm reading The Girl with the Louding Voice by Abi Dare, Nigerian author. This is her debut. If you know anything about me, you know I'm a debut junkie. I am quite early in the page. Sorry, in the book. I'm on page 40. This is a pick for my personal book club, the Vuvu Vena Reads book club, for the month March, April. So that's what we're reading. That's why I have the tabs here. I only tab when I'm reading with other people. Otherwise, I don't have the time. I don't have the time. Do you guys have a system for your tabs? Like the color, do you coordinate?
I somewhat have a system. Pink is always a bad sign.
Okay, it's funny enough for me too. Pink is sad.
Because
For me,
it's like red flag. If there was a red tab, I would use the red tab. So pink
I
is
hear you. Same.
for bad
Same.
signs.
Same.
Blue is for sad. Yellow is for anything that makes me happy.
Okay.
And green would be for maybe something that I would want to quote on at a later stage, like a good quote. So
that
that's
is so weird. My green is also a quote. Pink is sad. Orange. Do you have orange? Because I often don't find it, but I have orange in mine.
I do have orange. So
my
orange is
for characters, right? Characters that I absolutely like.
Okay.
So I will tab them. And then yellow
pink.
is for any significant
so I only have like.
Sorry.
I think Bookamoso's video is slow.
She's having connection issues. So yellow is like significant, anything that's significant to the story, and then blue is something that I loved, like a moment in the story that I was like, oh yay! But so far, this one has only been getting yellows and pinks. It's quite a sad story.
Okay. It is a sad story, and it only gets sad.
Don't say it gets worse. Don't say it.
It gets sadder, but in the end, you just like, yo, yes, thank you. Like, you get a sigh of relief. It's almost like
at least
it gives you the same feeling as an ordinary wonder.
Okay.
So it's like there's sad moments, but at the end, at least there's a light that shines.
Okay.
Like my book tabbing is mostly on my feelings of the book. It has nothing to do with characters. So it's like, if whatever I'm reading makes me feel like this is a red flag, it doesn't matter who you are, then it's pink. If it's like, I'm not sure about you, something is fish, orange. Blue is like something that makes me sad. Yellow is just something that makes me happy. Green is like, this is a quotable moment. That's.
But then, like, say for example, an ordinary wonder, I forget the teacher's name, right? That was somebody who made you feel warm and fuzzy inside. Yes. So by character, that's what I mean, right? It's a character in the book that I feel something for, that I absolutely like. I will not tab the characters that I hate, don't worry. But it's one of those characters that if I'm thinking about this book, I want to remember the specific character, then I will tab them.
You should have seen how many pinks I had in Wahala.
Yay.
I had a lot of things in Wahala.
I had to unmute myself for that one. Yo.
Yeah.
I had a lot of
Wahala was problematic.
I ran out of pink tabs. It just story for another day.
Yeah. What are you reading?
Oh, I am reading The Atlas 6 by Olivier Blake. It's a fantasy series, dark academia vibes, secret societies and all that. So I'm going to be reading like a chapter of this and then swapping with black cake because, child, God knows I am like behind.
Because I'm like, he's busy cheering you on because, well, the buddy read is real.
Yeah.
I'm only like on page 9. I'm on page 9, but like I like that it's an easy read.
Yeah.
Like you get through it quickly. And this one, a chapter is like 1 page. So I might have to do it like maybe 5 sections and then swap out with the other one. But this one is quickish because there's an audiobook for it.
Okay. I love that.
Faster. Yeah. So I'm gonna be swapping between the two because otherwise if I just use me as a guide, I'll just be reading. I'm on a fantasy high.
Yeah, I was about to say you'd probably be reading Atlas 6.
I'm on
I
just finished like an 800-page House of Sky and Breath like 2 days ago.
Yeah.
And I'm still on that high. I'm still riding that high. So I have to read a chapter, stop, put it away, pick up a different book. So
I don't know the synopsis of Black Cake. Can you just let us know a little bit more about it?
Nami, I don't know.
Oh, you're on page 9. How far are you?
from what I know is
You're
that
only on page
there's
9.
this woman
I can
dies, right?
try.
And then she
Yeah.
has 2 kids who are estranged, and they
Okay.
are forced to come together after her death.
Okay.
That's like kind of like the gist that I don't know
Okay.
what else is going on.
Okay.
I don't know
I
if
think
this
Omphile
family
is reading the
drama.
same book. How far are you, Omphile?
I'm far. Like I'm here.
Okay, can you tell us
How
without
cute is my new bookmark?
You
tell
Oh,
us
that
about
is
your tabbing.
nice.
I see you've got purples in there. Please tell us, how do you tab?
Listen. So because I've lost my pink, which would have
Mm,
been like red flags
Mm.
or whatever. Green is the red flag,
okay.
and on the top here, I was trying to mark between the 3 parts because there's part 1, part 2, part 3.
Mm.
Because in the book discussion in the group Simula actually mentioned that
I think
We're
we lost her.
losing Omphile.
Shem, and she's been complaining that
Mm.
her
She must kick
connection is
everybody
pretty
off the
messy.
Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
That's what I
Actually,
heard.
all devices off. In fact,
Mm.
it's bedtime. Like they must go to bed.
Kick everybody
Yeah.
off.
Yeah. Okay, let me just see what everybody else is reading. So you guys are buddy reading this with Simole. Simole says she's also
Yeah.
reading Black Cake. She's had a hectic week. And I suppose this is the book that she wants to push.
Finish. Yeah.
Yeah. And Sean says, oh my God, you guys even have categorized sticky note tabs. I just used 2 colors for each book, but I am stealing this idea. I thought I was a geek. I feel normal. We love this book at Azania. Oh, this is
I have a
Sean
question.
Lunga, not Zanzana.
Oh,
I'm like, what are we talking about here? You know Sean Lunga?
oh, hi Sean. Yes, I know Sean.
Yes.
I know Sean through Instagram.
Yeah. Yeah.
okay,
Through Instagram,
So Sean,
same.
which 2 colors do you use and what do they mean in your
Yeah.
tabbing system?
Okay, we'll see what he says.
Yeah.
say that
Simona says
again. Is that for me?
That's for Sean.
no, but you can definitely continue with your
Oh, okay.
tabbing.
Yeah.
Yes. You can continue with your tabbing
Yeah.
explanation. Yeah.
So oh, okay. So these parts are the different parts is because there's 3 parts. I don't know if where did you guys end up hearing from because I was continuing
Yeah.
and I ended up realizing that I was talking to myself. But the purples are all the quotables, and parts where I feel like, whoa, it made me reflect as well as a parent, because there's different points of views throughout the whole book. That's
Oh, I'm so sad about this insight.
Yeah.
Okay,
We're
fine.
missing.
Somali was saying, the girl with the louding voice. Someone said it is a voice of Jane goes to Joburg kind of book, and they were absolutely right. Cherries and I were actually having this conversation, and it's so amazing how that kind of dialect or the way in which the narrator speaks is so easy to follow, even though it is broken English, even though it seems like she needs a little bit more education in order for it to read properly, but the way in which the story is crafted and just the prose, right, it makes it easy to
Yeah.
follow it. And I think for me, past page 1, I was not even bothered by
But
the
yes.
voice anymore,
You get over
and I
it
think that's
quickly.
absolutely well done. I don't know
And
how
the
she
thing,
managed to do that actually.
I don't know, and it makes you think that having an elegantly written book does not actually mean that you are a great writer. And I think maybe that's kind of like the message I'm always trying to send when I talk about writing style, but maybe it always sounds like I'm complaining about people's
But I
writing.
was having the same discussion, right? There's a difference between writing and storytelling. And what I've always found with Nigerians is that they are great storytellers.
Storytellers.
So, and also I feel like there is a need for accessibility when it comes to writing. right? So I feel like anyone in Nigeria, if this is how they speak, let's say in the rural parts of Nigeria, could probably easily pick this up and be on some, oh, okay, I can read a book. Do you get what I'm trying to say? And that's also important. And I think that it is a technique that was well thought out, especially when it comes to accessibility. And like I'm saying, it's such an easy read. You would be scared because of how it's written if you knew. I didn't know beforehand, right? But it reminded me of the lady in The Help. She also had this. Have you read The Help by Catherine?
No, I haven't yet.
Okay. Yeah,
I
she also had
abandoned
this
it.
way of speaking that you might stumble on, like, you hated it. You hated
I
it.
abandoned it halfway, and then I think
So did you have
it's somewhere.
difficulty reading her dialogue?
No, I didn't. I don't know. Maybe it was a timing thing.
Okay.
So maybe
It's a
I
beautiful
shouldn't
book.
have.
You should try it again.
Yeah, I hear so.
It is a beautiful
Okay.
book, except for obviously the controversy where you speaking about, it's a white author writing about Black people's issues, and somehow there is a white savior involved, and hey Nonhly,
Ah!
you can't even hear us.
Look at that fro.
So that whole
Hey, girl.
I made it.
yes, we are so glad. So that whole white savior whole mentality thing in the book is something that throws a lot of people off. But if you can look past that, for a white person to tell or to craft the Black characters that she did in that book is actually quite well done. And yes, you can look past it to a certain point, but the story is still good.
I actually saw the book on sale at some secondhand bookshop.
You should try it.
I think in the moment I was just like, yo, but I don't want a sad story. So like I walked away from it. But maybe I should go back and go see if it's still
Maybe get it. Yeah.
and then
Get it and then keep it. Like I buy most books with that mentality that rather I have it on the library and then I'll go back to them when they speak to me.
It's worth that one is worth it. Like I'm saying, it could be tiresome reading a book of that nature, but that one is definitely, even just for the craft of writing, it's really very well done.
Yeah.
Okay. So you Omphile, I hope you don't cut again because I'm curious about these tabs, child. Please.
Yo, like we need to do.
Like I'm like,
okay.
Yes.
I've hot-spotted myself, so I think I'll be fine until I can finish. Yeah. So there's 3 parts on the top because everybody tabs on this side. But I wanted to pace myself. So when Samula mentioned that there's part 2, because I wanted to read and get to part 2, then I would stop. Then I did the tabs on top so that I can mark the different eras or different, it's actually different eras. But the book, for where I am now, I think I've missed out on a lot of tabbing because I saw that I only have a few purples. So I started using them sparingly. And
I'm
now
I'm but it's already got, I'm like, no, it's not worth it.
Yeah, it's not worth it. So I've been using my pencil because the what I'm using to tab also has a ruler, so I have a pencil on hand. So whatever I feel needs to be purple, I will use it. And then the green is the red flags, and the orange is happiness, happy moments. There's not a lot, but the ones that are there, I'm like, oh, that's what I relate to, because there's different perspectives. So there's different points of views because there's a lot. How what Charity said about the short chapters. It's one person saying something, and then you go on to the next person.
I love that.
And and I like that. Charmaine Wilkerson, the author, managed to keep us glued, even though the points of views change, like with the story, a lot. But it's not very confusing that you off the story or off topic or whatever. I enjoyed it.
Okay,
but
great. That's great. So you quite far. So is that the book you're planning to read the whole weekend, or are you planning to pick something else up? I think I'll be reading one book this weekend, so I don't know.
One book the entire weekend because Child, it's got me hooked now. I was a
Okay,
bit
that's
slow
good.
because I think it was a mental thing. I think I was
Yeah,
going through a bad month,
yeah.
but I was listening to audiobooks more. I think I listened to 3 audiobooks. So
Mm.
this one now that I'm here, I'm like, yo,
You need to
Yes.
wow.
continue.
Oh, but we need audiobooks, you know? Sometimes we just need them.
Mm,
We
I've been
really,
some months with audiobooks, like honestly
yeah,
speaking. I
yeah.
have one physical book that I finished,
Mm-hmm.
and I also finished like 3 audiobooks this month
Mm.
already.
mm,
I
Like
also think I finished two. I think I finished two. And one of them I
mm,
didn't, because usually I listen and read, right? So one of them I
yeah.
didn't own. I read Pride by, what is his name? The remix of Pride and
um
Prejudice.
Easy what? Ibiza
Yes,
boy.
that one.
Mm,
That
Ibiza
one.
boy, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm,
That one. So I had just finished Pride and Prejudice by Jane Austen, and I absolutely loved it. So I wanted to find out what could he. It is a man, right? Eb.
Yeah.
no, Ibiza woman.
No.
Ibiza
Let
boy.
me see. No.
Okay,
Ibiza boy is a
I thought it was a man. So I just wanted to see
yeah.
what they could have done differently by bringing people of color in a modern day into that story, right? And I think
Yeah.
they did a good job actually. But I still love the original, but I think they did a very good job. That's the only reason why I listened to it, because I was like,
You
okay,
know,
it would be nice.
I haven't like read any Jane Austen, and this year I told myself I wanted to like I'm not into classics, but I wanted to
Yeah.
read Jane Austen and see what the fuss is about.
Oh no,
And
listen,
And
then
I'm
Tola, I
enjoying the
can't, hey?
classics. So
mm,
last year I told myself I'm going to read at least 3 classics, but
yeah,
throughout
Okay.
the year I didn't do that. But towards the end of the year, I thought, listen, you've got them on your shelf, just pick them up,
mm,
right? I started with The
Yeah.
Great Gatsby, and I haven't looked back. Every month I have to have at least one classic going.
one. At least
Yes.
when
Wow.
you've started the path, me, I'm just still sitting down because
Oh
I
no,
have
and I'm
zero
loving it. Hey,
classics on my
I'm
shelf.
absolutely loving it. I'm loving it.
Mm,
And I'm finding that, you know what, I think, because obviously you ask yourself, why is this a classic? And what I'm finding is that so many of the stories that we are reading now are modeled after those kind of
one of
stories.
those. Okay.
So it's been quite an interesting discovery basically for me. So I read
Mm,
Wuthering Heights last year as well, which I absolutely loved. So I
mm.
read
Wuthering
Pride and
Heights.
Prejudice. Now I'm reading let me see. No. I'm reading Charlotte Bronte's Jane Eyre.
Oh, Jane Eyre. I've heard so much
Oh,
about Jane
yes.
Eyre.
I'm just at the beginning though. I am listening to it via audio as well. And I think for the
Mm.
classics, it's very important to find the right narrator as you
Yeah.
Oh,
are reading along.
mm.
But I am enjoying that as well.
Because I
Okay, I
want
see Nontli's dropped off again. We'll see when she comes back. We'll find out what she's reading. Let's just
to.
get into these comments and then start our first sprint.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me see. Okay. Kat says I need to get that book. I don't know if she's talking about Black Cake or The Girl with the Louding Voice. She also says bedtime ka Friday. It's school holidays. They don't sleep. Mine are busy making a noise upstairs. Don't worry. I know. But at least they are respecting my requests for now.
Mm.
Okay, she says she's finishing
Broken
off
River
the Broken
10.
River Change. I
Mm.
still have to pick up my copy. Hey.
Same here. Oh,
Yeah. Yeah. We should probably buddy read it.
listen. And isn't it historical fiction?
I have no idea. You know how I am, right? I go into books very blind. I
You
don't
go
like
into,
knowing too
yeah,
much,
yeah.
right? Yeah, yeah. But he is an author I wanted to pick up, and Timoli blessed me with that copy. So thanks, Timoli. Sean says, I loved The Girl with the Louding Voice. Sad agony is so resilient. The pidgin English brings the humor. It does, hey, and it also brings the relatability I found for me. Like, I feel like it's so authentic that you can't help but relate to the main character or the narrator. JB
I
reads
actually
Fantasy No
have
Ages.
someone suggested The Girl with the Louding Voice on that. Remember we did it earlier in the year. We did the 12 for 12 challenge
Yes.
where people
Yes.
suggested 12 books, and then
Yeah.
I chose 4 books from people, and then the rest is what I've always wanted to read. So The Girl with the Louding Voice is on there. Maybe
Did
I
you not see
will.
her at the essay book fair? That's how I ended up buying a copy. I absolutely loved her at the book fair. That's why I ended up getting my copy.
Ah,
Yeah. JV Reads Fantasy for Ages says, hello, that's awesome that you're doing a live for 16 hours. Hi, Charity, just subscribe to everyone else. Oh, thank you, JV.
Thank you so much.
Past 4 hours
Thank
already,
you.
but I'll definitely join in within the live. Oh, thank you so much. That's so kind. Sean says, Omphile, I like how you tab. Stealing it.
Especially the purple one. Maybe my tabs doesn't even have a purple sticker, guys. I need to find purple stickers.
Like, where did she
Thank
find
you,
that? Like, I
Sean.
don't understand where she found that.
Let me
Okay,
show you.
and then JB says, loved Pride and Prejudice. Right? My fave classics is Little Women. I have it, right? I tried to get into it last year as well. Then I had to abandon it. I think it wasn't the right time, but I love how Christmassy it felt at the start. Maybe I'll try it again in December.
I think for me,
Nonhly.
Oh.
Wow. What are you reading?
I'm actually starting Love Hypothesis.
Okay, let's
see. A nice
romance. Yeah, I'm actually reading
from
my Kindle. Yeah.
Ooh, the baby comes out to play. The Kindle.
Yes. Yeah. So I'm actually trying out some. I'm good. I'm actually trying out some young adult fiction. So I hope it goes nice and quick.
I haven't read a purely romance book in like so long. I'm getting my romances from like fantasy, and then there'll be a little bit of romance in there, or like a fiction. Then you get just a little bit, but I haven't had like actually read a romance book in
Are
a
you
while.
big on romance? Because I found that I only started reading some last year, and I'm enjoying it. Actually, I feel like it's a nice
like I'm not big on romance, but I also started reading it last year, mostly on audiobook. I really enjoy it on audiobook. I have the first two books in the Brown Sisters trilogy, and that's the only purely romance book that I have. I don't even have anything else.
Oh yes, it was a birthday gift, was it not, Omphile?
Yeah. We're starting the thing.
Yes.
So, but I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying the romance, but I think I enjoy romance more in like a fantasy setting, because primarily I like plot. So I want things to be happening in the background, because my problem with reading purely romance books, I get excited in the beginning when we are playing, chasing.
Footy is what they call it.
And then we get to a point we're getting to know each other, and then we already know we're gonna fall in love. And then after they fell in love and they're happy, there's still 50 pages. And I'm like, but why?
Hey, look, we want to see how happily ever after plays out.
I don't want
But I hear you though. I like the enemies to lovers kind of trope in romance I've come to see. And I don't like by the time that they decide that they are lovers, I'm okay, story's over. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks. That's where I'm at. And like one thing I realize I hate like in romance books is I don't like the cheating trope, and I don't like miscommunication. Those ones, they irritate me. It's like, but the whole time you could have said one, but you said 3.
Yeah, 5. Yeah, you said 5.
Really to plot.
Yeah.
Get straight to the point.
Yeah. Okay, guys, I think let's start our first sprint. Okay. At least now everybody is on. Even if Nonhly keeps dropping off, at least we're all on, and it's our first one, so let's have fun. Okay, let's make sure that this works.
Okay. Get my book read.
Let's go. 45 minutes. Okay, so that's the end of our first sprint. How far did you guys get?
I got to page 108 of the Atlas 6. So I read, how many pages did I read? I read about 26 pages in here. And then I got to page 18 of Black Cake. So I read 9 pages in here.
Oh, that was a good sprint for you. Mine was pretty slow. I read like 17 pages. But I'm enjoying it so far, like I said, so I have no complaints. I did have that encounter with like the consummation of the marriage, and no.
The stress.
No. It was not a thing. It did not, like, I was literally grossed out. Like the whole time I was reading that, I wanted to puke. I was like, no.
Yeah. I know what
What are you reading again?
The Girl with the Louding Voice.
Oh.
Yeah.
That old man.
So, like, I was,
old man.
yeah.
That old
My
man,
first
that
sprint
uncle needs
wasn't.
to be dealt with.
No, I'm not okay.
Yeah.
I'm not fine. Not at all. And how
Mine
far did you get?
wasn't well, because I had to move, and I'm gonna move again.
Is it the kids?
I'm gonna go back upstairs. Yeah, but I'm still on the same chapter. So about 6 pages in from where I was. So I was 209. Now I'm on 215. So on a new chapter, but the same person, same person's perspective. But I like how the book is progressing. Like, it's not fast, it's not slow, it's just mellow. It's perfect. You guys are gonna enjoy this book.
It almost seems like when I'm reading, because I read a couple of pages and it was between Benny and Byron the whole time. It almost feels like you're watching a show and they are just talking. That's like that's how the writing style feels.
Flows. This author knows how to write. The flow, it's flowing into the next person's perspective so well.
That's very nice.
It's so confusing, which is so good.
That's nice. How far did you get, Nonhly?
I'm only 12 pages in. I started a new book and my son is still awake. It's a problem. So, but I'm trying to manage. Yeah. So I'm reading Love Hypothesis and I'm actually enjoying it. It's quite cute so far. I'm not sure what's going to happen further, but so far so good. I'm loving the writing. I can feel the teen vibes happening here. So yeah, I feel like this girl. I don't know if I'm gonna spoil it for people who have not read this book. But I feel
What's up with the girl? Are you liking her or are you not liking her?
This girl is a vibe. So far, she's like a cute, innocent student. Yeah. But she's like talking to a professor, so yeah.
Oh yes, that's the one where the student gets into a fake relationship with the professor.
Yeah.
Sorry, my phone is ringing.
No problem.
Yes,
I was
that's the
gonna say
one.
with the kids, hey? Mine are also still up. I had to have a little bit of a stern moment there, but I don't think anybody listened to me. So
Hello.
Hey boy!
Hello.
You can't can't be the only one having fun, okay, with your friends online. That's so cute. I love it.
No.
The energy,
Okay, so
though, like, look,
huh?
I'm saying his energy.
At this time of night,
At
the
this
time,
time,
the hour.
yo, tomorrow is not going to school. Normally he's asleep this time, so
Oh, taking
yeah,
his
so
freedom.
I
taking
sent mine
advantage.
to her bedroom so she can be a nuisance there
Yeah, it's
because
always the best plan, unless they don't want to. Because even mine started sneaking down, and they were like, "Are you still in the meeting?" I'm like, "What did I say to you guys?" I
yeah,
said it's all night. The meeting is all night.
that's the same question I had because I'm like, Mamas, don't make a noise. Mama's in the meeting. 2 seconds later, Mama, are you finished?
He's still in the meeting.
To me.
Yeah. But at least all four of us are mothers, so we understand. Don't worry. Like we get it. And it's going to happen. Like the
Yeah.
more of these lives we have, it's going to happen. It's going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's just how it is. Okay, and how about you guys? Smole, Sean, if you guys are still here, how far are you guys with what you were reading? JV, I see bookmarks by Wolf. I see Charity's on the phone was saying, I need to pick up the Atlas 6. Hope you're enjoying it, Charity. I'll leave that for her to see when she's off the phone. I'm just checking the time. Okay, I think that we could go for another 45 minutes. I think the 45 minutes actually does help you feel like you've gotten into
Yeah.
a longish way as opposed to doing like 20 minutes. We'll just wait for Charity to respond to bookmarked by Wolf. Nonty, we didn't ask you about your tabbing system. Do you tab your books? Oh, she's frozen.
Is she frozen?
Hey, you know what? The internet never loved us sometimes, you know? Anyway, I did want to say tomorrow morning sprint will start at 8 o'clock in the morning. Nontley is hosting that one. We'll all be on that live. She will be hosting it over on her Facebook page. Because she had issues with the live on YouTube, but from next month she will be hosting it on YouTube as well. So that's 8 to 12 noon, and then the following one is on Omphile, which is 2 to 6 p.m. Sorry, 2 in the afternoon to 6 p.m. And she's also hosting it on her Facebook page for the same reasons. And then the last one is 8 p.m. to midnight on Charity's YouTube channel. But all the details are in the description of the specific live, and the channel links will be there. I will try and update this live to add Omphile and Nontli's Facebook page links, or if the lives are already scheduled, I'll just add those lives on the description. So just so you know, I will repeat that information a little bit later. Charity, I was saying bookmarked by a wolf was saying I need to pick up the Atlas 6. Hope you're enjoying it, Charity. Are you enjoying it so far?
I am enjoying it. Like I said, I'm pairing it with the audiobook. But it can get a little bit confusing because it's a book about people with magical abilities. And now we're following 6 different people with 6 different magical abilities. And there's 6 different voices the whole time. Like the audiobook is literally, they use 6 different narrators. So you have to like keep track of who's who. And
but I like that though.
Remember Konjo, who has what magical ability.
Okay.
So, but the more you get into it, the more you see it, because in the book they kind of like repeat their abilities without being too repetitive.
Yeah.
But they'll mention it again. So we're like, oh yeah, Konje, now you can do this. So far, so good.
And I think if you're building like a complex magic system, you have to obviously keep the reader like reminded, because it's not like they're gonna keep that at the back of their head all the time. So that's quite nice.
And this is still a first book, so I'm not expecting too much action. Like I've realized I needed to like lower my expectations with first books in series, because authors tend to give us a lot of information to kind of like build
the world. Yeah.
And then only from book 2 things start happening.
And how many books in the series?
I don't know. This is still the first book. I don't know how many books
Okay.
are going to be there in the series. I don't even know if it's going to be, if it's a duology or trilogy or whatever it is. I just know that this is book one.
Okay.
Because it's a fairly new, well, it was first published last year. It was independently published, and then it got picked up by Tor Books, and it got published last month. So far so good.
That's good.
Nice.
Okay, so Kat says she likes the 45 minutes and she managed to finish 2 chapters in that time. She thinks that by the end of the sprint, she'll be done with the book, which is great. That is the point. The point is to get on top of these TBR pals, guys. Like, honestly, that is the point. Asimole says she's not on Facebook. Is there any way she can follow the sprints? I'm trying to think.
Yeah, you know
what?
Also,
when
after
you get
our call,
you've got the link to your sprint by now, right? Through your page. Do you?
For Facebook, yes.
I wonder. We'll figure it out for you, Simole. We will definitely figure it out for you. It's just unfortunate that Nonhly and Omphile can't have their sprints this month on YouTube, but they will definitely, obviously, upload those videos onto YouTube once those sprints are done, but they will not be live. However, we have noted your question. I will definitely be in touch, Mina, and let you know if it's doable or not. I will let you know.
It's just a technical.
Yeah, and it's only for this month. From next month, everything will be on par for everybody. And then bookmarked by Wolf says, I love that the Atlas 6, I am getting the vibe of Six of Crows and the Wheel of Time, which is my type of reads. Thanks, Charity.
I think still want to get into those two. Actually, like I have Six of Crows.
You start Six of Crows? I thought you started it.
I didn't, you know, nah. We know what my issue is. My issue is that I'm trying to finish the Shadow and Bone series. Just hold on.
Oh, that wine. That wine.
You know my sprints, I always treat them as if I'm having a party. You know, I've got my snacks. I got my
so I'm trying to read the author's books in chronological order. So I started with Shadow and Bone, which explains a lot about the magic system. But I read only the first book. So I wanted to complete that series so that when I get into Six of Crows, then I'm well versed in the magic, because the Netflix show was fine, but then I got mad because the things they showed us in there, half of them are not even in the Shadow and Bone series. I figured that the other half is actually in Six of Crows.
Because the thing is that whole I want to call it a series. It's quite weird for me, right? Because I also, when I first bought the books and I was very keen, I first bought Six of Crows and the duology. So Six of Crows and the other one. And then somebody told me that no, there's actually a trilogy before this duology, and then after the duology, there's like a standalone, I think, King of Scars or something like that.
King of Scars,
And I'm like, child, do I need to read all of these books first before I get? I'm like. So then I bought the first book in Shadow and Bone, but I also haven't read it yet. And I was so psyched for the duology.
Like, people say that you don't have to read them in chronological order. Reading them in chronological order only helps you understand the magic better. But if you, I guess, keep note of what's happening in Six of Crows, you'll pick it up. And everybody says Six of Crows is much better than the Shadow and Bone series. Just in my head, I've told myself that this is the way I have to do it.
But I've already invested in the first book, so I might as well. Even if I find the next two secondhand, it's fine. If I end up reading that series, I'd rather do that.
Yeah, I think same as me. If I get the rest of the two books secondhand, because I feel like it's not a series that I would want to keep, but I have such high hopes for Six of Crows that it's a book that I'll probably want to keep.
I've heard great things.
And Wheel of Time also, I've heard great things. Like, I'm so excited by all the fantasy books that people are reading. Like, my hands are like itching because I'm like kind of like almost brand new into reading books. So I feel like I'm like so behind.
She said, "Stop buying books. You lead by example, please."
I don't think I will stop. I don't think I was still buying books. I was just like on Take a Lot, adding things to my cart. And I'm just like,
I love that. That's my favorite pastime. I love that. Wish list, wish card, like all the books by this one author that I will
found out
spend 5
last
years trying
year
to
that
buy. It's fine.
I found out last year that Take a Lot has a maximum number of items you can have on a wish list. I had no idea. Now I have
My
4
sister
wish lists
found out.
going.
So
4 wish
how
lists.
many things are you adding there? Because I was telling my sister that she's probably the only one who knows that there's a maximum, because she's also like always wish listing. I'm like, no,
Maximum is
child.
Max it out.
250. I have a
So
book
we
wish
max it
list,
out.
number one, and then I have another book wish list because I maxed out the other one. And then I created a separate one for graphic novels. And then I have a separate one for like home stuff because then I don't want to scroll through my books
Whoa.
and find plates.
No, I
Whoa.
also have books and home stuff separate. Okay, that I
Yes,
understand.
yes.
So
But
like my
how many
Take a Lot wish list
how many
is
emails do you
mad
guys
crazy.
have?
So I always have books chilling in
It's
my
on the
wish list.
same Take a Lot
And
account, but you can
yeah,
On the
divide your wish
same
list.
Take a Lot account,
on the
but you
same
can
account,
divide the
yeah.
wish list.
Oh,
You just keep
Yeah.
creating different wish lists because every month I'll scroll
okay.
through, see which of the books are currently on sale, and then that's the one I check out. So I always like just check out the one that is
That's
on the
clever
has
actually,
the
because I
best
never
sale.
go back. I never go back to look unless I really want that book. Then I'll be like, okay, what's on my list? I don't check the sales
Me, I'm
on Take
very
a Lot.
scrolling.
Like I don't. That's clever. That's very clever.
that's
Okay, then
that's
let's
spending a
talk.
lot of money.
How? Please, these days I'm only buying on sale or secondhand. I don't have time for any other thing.
Yeah,
On
definitely secondhand.
No. All right, let's start our next sprint then.
Cool.
Listen,
Right.
share, right? Share. Alrighty. How did it go for you, Nonhly?
From 12 pages, I'm on page 20 now, towards the end of, I think, chapter 2. Yeah.
Okay.
And so far, so good. I would
You
like to
still
call
liking
myself
your girl?
I am. There's something coming here. So far, I don't even know if I should be telling the whole story or what. I'd like to call, at this point, I'd like to call myself a YA spoiler.
Okay. So I don't know if I'll ever read it, but I don't know everyone who's listening if they won't read it. So sometimes you can spoil, but with a little bit of tact. You don't tell the whole story, but you tell something.
Okay.
Is this a romance?
This is YA romance, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So here we are following Olive. She's the main character, female, and she recently started her PhD at a university, and she's doing science.
Okay.
So the first encounter with the professor, they met I think she was going for an interview to do her PhD. I think it's a thing overseas. So she didn't know this guy was actually the professor. And another thing, she had contact lenses. So they were like cheap contact lenses because she could not afford real contact lenses.
Why was she wearing them? Why was she wearing them?
The girl was just trying to be the girl, So they were a bit blurry, so she could not clearly see the professor. And she actually went to the professor's bathroom.
It gets worse.
She went to the professor's bathroom, and she didn't know it was like a private bathroom again. So she never actually got to see the clear face of the professor. And that was 2 years ago when she went for the interview. Now it's the current year where she's actually attending the university, and she meets again with the professor, but she does not recognize her because remember, back then 2 years ago, she had cheap contact lenses and they were a bit blurry, so she does not remember, but the professor remembers her. So Peter, why are you laughing?
Now I'm so interested in the story.
So now she's actually attending the university doing her PhD. The professor remembers her, but she does not remember the professor because of the blurriness. And now she actually has an ex-boyfriend that her friend actually wants to date. So in a way, she's like giving them her blessings, to say, you know what, you can date my ex-friend and it's okay. I'm really cool with it. But the friend is so scared to get into the relationship until she's actually sure that Olive is also in a relationship. Because she's busy lying to say she is in a relationship because she does want them together, So now she ran into this professor and she just randomly kissed him. Just so the friend thinks she was on a date and she's dating this man. And Olive does not remember the man, but the man remembers Oliver.
Listen, this is what you call a mess. So when she does this, is the friend there?
The friend saw them from the passage in the university. So they were like, oh, she's in like a relationship vibes, she did say she was going,
So
she did say she was actually going
now.
on a date. Yeah. So the friend is like, friend, you know what? Take the ex. I'm really cool with it because I'm also seeing this guy. So she's actually fake dating the professor. The professor, she does not remember, but the professor remembers her,
her. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's where I'm at now. So the friend just saw them kissing in the passage and she's sure now that she's actually seeing someone. She was just starting to relax to say, okay, now I can date the ex,
What's the professor's reaction though? Like some random.
The professor is like, this is I'm going to get you arrested because you just kissed me, and this is like sexual harassment vibes because you know what? He was just being, he was joking in a way. But then Olive was so scared, like, no, please don't get me arrested, things like that, because she did not tell him that I'm actually fake dating you. Like you were like the guy I saw past like the passage, and I wanted my friend to think that I'm actually dating someone, but she did not explain the full thing. She was so scared that like the professor is actually not the nicest professors in university. He's one of the guys everyone is scared of. And there goes Olive kissing the professor. So there's a vibe there.
You
Olive
know
is
what I'm
23
liking?
years.
I'm liking the fact that so much has
Yeah,
happened in like 20 pages. Like, I feel like
I'm telling you.
that's the story. Like, the sooner you start the story, the better. I like that. I like that.
I was enjoying this, and I feel like it's
Chop chop.
friendly for teenagers. You know, the teenagers who like the boy meets girl, although it's like student meets professor.
It also sounds
Professor
like it
is
could become a love. Is the love square? I don't know. Like, I'm thinking the friend and the ex and the professor and this person is this. It's hectic. It's hectic.
Yeah, but I know I'm probably spoiling this for some people. That's why I just call myself the YA spoiler, because I don't even read YA. So I'm getting to the vibes. Like, thanks to my colleague, Simone says, Vuvu, you know her?
Yes,
Yeah,
I
she
do.
actually introduced me to this book. And
Oh, that's
Oh
yeah,
yes.
nice. That's nice.
yeah. So
That's
I
nice.
told her I'm going to be the YA spoiler because I don't read so much YA. And there's so much cuteness in between the stories. I cannot just sit here and not
And
share
not
with
tell.
people. You know
I
what?
hear you.
So
I hear you.
yeah.
I hear
So
you.
that's what's happening so far. I'm looking forward to what actually Olive is going through, because she's actually someone who doesn't have family, someone who's just trying to make it out in life, you know. And then there comes Professor and the ex-boyfriend situation and the friend. So now, yeah,
Wait.
that's what I'm looking forward to.
It sounds like it's gonna be a nice story, actually.
I
It sounds
hope
like
so.
there's
Yeah.
gonna be drama for sure, but it sounds like it's gonna be a nice story. Yeah. Yeah. How's Black Cake?
So, yeah.
Umphile? Oh, I think she's frozen. Well,
Oh
Mina,
no.
I got to read about 16 more pages of the book. I'm really loving it. I love the fact that Abidari has managed to bring in some humor within a serious story. So far, it seems like the overarching themes is her pitting feminism against patriarchy in like a African society. But like I'm saying, she does it with a new voice. She does it with a bit of humor. She does it with there's a lot of sadness. I think the premise of the story is quite sad, but she finds those light moments, and I love the relationships that she is building between the women, even though there are relationships that are not quite kosher between the women. There are very strong relationships that she has pointed to. So I'm absolutely, absolutely loving that. I think Nonhly, when do you think you'll be able to share the link? Because I did find out for Simole, if she hasn't seen yet, I have replied in the comment section that you can view a Facebook Live even if you don't have a Facebook account, so long as they have the link to the live. So I think you and Omphile should work, especially you, because yours is at 8 o'clock, right? At getting that link through early. Maybe we can try and see after this live if we can sort that out for people, so that they can just, even if it's only up on your since IG stories now has a chance for you to put the link for the live. Maybe we can do it on IG stories and maybe on your WhatsApp then. And when I get that link, I'll add it to the description to this video as well, just so people know where to find tomorrow's lives. So I think Omphile has set hers up. So Omphile, please share your actual live link that people can access for the live tomorrow, so that we can share that as well. I think she's frozen again. Okay.
I see.
Yeah, I don't know who's still on. In the comment section, maybe you guys can just tell us how far you guys have gotten. I was going to say, I see Charity is a little bit busy.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I was going to say that I actually want her to tell me how she's managing to toss between these books like this, because I can also read more than one book at a time, right? But my books have to be different to an extent. So I'd need to, one book would need to be nonfiction, the next would need to be maybe, let's say, poetry, say, and then the following one would need to be like basic fiction. So I can't toss between fiction, is what I'm trying to say. At the same time, even when I'm reading different books, they're not at the same time. Trust me, it's a matter of, oh, today I feel like this. Kind of like how you would watch movies or series, I suppose. So I wonder how she does that. But without rambling any further, let us get into, I don't know if, okay, let's try find out how Omphile.
Yes.
Yes, how did that sprint go for you? How far did you get? How are you finding the book?
So I got into because I was from 213 to 220. So now I'm on
Okay.
220 and I'm on a different person's perspective
Okay.
now. And like the
How many point
way,
of views is this book?
so it's the mom who passes on, and then the brother and the sister. And
Okay.
then it goes back to the mother's
Okay.
younger years,
Okay.
and then it has the mom as a younger girl, and things that got her to where she is when she passes.
Okay.
But I'm trying not to spoil.
Yes,
Yo,
girl.
kumunati. Like it's yeah,
So
it's
whose
a very
perspective are you reading now?
now I'm reading the brother, the son, and the chapter is called Betrayed. So it I like how
Mm,
she shows the different sides of everybody else's situation and how they
yeah.
feeling
Yeah.
and what they thought of the situation that happened back then,
Yeah. Yeah.
like Shamini.
She's
Shamini
doing the
Ota
things.
Pumalani.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
borrow
she's
your
doing the thing.
copy. If this is how you're
Yes,
going on,
please.
I'm going to borrow your copy.
Yeah.
And you know, aren't you reading Black Cake?
I am. I am.
Mm.
I'm almost done.
Oh,
So
that's why. Okay. Okay.
yeah, yeah. So I am reading it, and so far I'm loving it, and
How
it's way
I
better
love
than
this.
Wahala. Woo!
Oh,
Hmm.
please. Wahala was Wahala. It's all I keep saying. Wahala was Wahala.
Wahala, yeah. So I'm
Yeah.
enjoy. I enjoyed it so far, and I will continue soon also. But I felt like just starting something brand new for this
That's a nice
sprint.
feeling. Hey, I also contemplated doing that. I was like, do I? But I just started Girl with the Louding Voice, maybe like, because what I
Hmm.
do when my kids are on holiday is that I use my mornings to read if I'm not busy. If like I don't have any work pressures, I use my mornings to read. So I picked this up, I want to
Yeah.
say it's a morning. So I was enjoying it. So I was like, nah, don't start something else. Because when you've got momentum with a book, sometimes you don't want to cut it, because then it will be hard to
Mm.
get back into it. So yeah. Uh Hi, Bo. Cat says she's finished with a Broken River Tent. I'm also
Wow.
reading the proverb book and Ohad,
Aibo.
hoping to finish the two by Monday. Then you must join the rest of the sprints, Cat. You'll probably finish one of them if you join the three upcoming sprints
Tomorrow.
tomorrow. Yes. So you'll probably finish one of them. We are hoping actually that that's what's going to happen. Bookmarked by a Wolf says, I am reading The Promise by Damon. Oh, guys, you know me and surnames, eh?
Is it Gal? Is it Gal
Galgad.
Good?
What to say
It's
how?
Galgad.
Gal Gut?
Because I
Galgad.
am a
Gal
South
Gut?
African.
Gal Gut.
And I'm
So
like,
it's a
listen,
gal
Galgad.
don't
and a
be
gut.
gaga. I'm like, no, Galgoed. Damon Galgoed
Gal
surname.
and a gal.
Bookmarked
Gal.
by Wolf must tell us how to
Gal
say
Goed.
it. This is Galgoed too. My African
Guys,
teacher
it's
was.
Galgad.
There goes Omphile saying, girl, that. No, Gagoed. Damon Gagoed.
How good.
They say they left with 30 pages to finishing the book. Oh, you're going to finish it in the next sprint, I'm pretty sure. Like, I know that I'm a slow reader. So these 45 minutes are giving me at the most like 17 pages of reading. So, and this is the size of my book. So, and the font is not so bad, as I'm sure you guys can see. The font isn't bad. So I have known that for a long time. I'm not a very fast reader. So I know some people could finish 30 pages in 45 minutes. So
Yeah.
all the best. All the best. Let's start our
slow
second
reader.
sprint. I don't think Charity is going to join us for this break. She did mention that she might be otherwise engaged during the sprint for a short while, so she might join us then. We probably have 2 more sprints left in us because it is now 10:30. I'm going to do another 45 minutes. We're going to take a short break and see how much time is left after that, and then we'll do our last sprint and then take a final bye-bye break. Nah?
Yeah.
So I haven't been the best host because I haven't been telling you guys in the comments that the sprints are starting, blah, blah, blah. I apologize, guys, but the next sprint is about to start. Okay. So I'm always forgetting to share.
Ladies, before you start, what are you drinking? Omphile, you are drinking from a cup of coffee.
She's drinking tea, this one. Can you not see? The tag is there.
Okay.
Hey, people who have behaved.
It's tea.
She's having tea.
Oh, okay.
Tea.
Do you know what are you having? Are you having water or are you having something that looks like water?
It's gin. Gin and
I was like,
tonic.
Gin, baby girl.
you can't be drinking so much water so late at night.
Not gin and tonic, guys.
Yes, and it is Friday, so good for you.
Yes.
Okay, let me start the next sprint. Okay. This story is just making me sad. I don't know how you guys are feeling about your books that you're reading, but I'm just sad. Like, I thought at the start of the book that the worst has happened, and I see that more things can happen that are worse than this. So it's really pretty sad. How was your read, Charity? Glad to have you back.
I'm back.
Yeah.
I got, how many pages did I read? I read about 30 pages of this book because I listened to the audiobook as well when I was driving.
Oh, that's nice.
So
That's good. Yeah.
at least
Yeah.
I managed to get
that's
like
nice.
30 pages in.
And are you at least halfway through now?
No, I'm probably like maybe 35%.
Okay.
40.
Oh,
Yeah. I think I might just continue with this book until I'm done with it.
I
And
was
then I'll
saying while
read
you were
it.
gone that I don't even know how you managed to flip between books. Like at the same time, it's not even like 2 hours later she's reading something else and then she's gonna like. How do you do that?
Like I was like, I don't have a problem with following it, but I think I have more concentration, or like my mood is more here.
Okay.
Like I'm following
You did
everything that's
say at the
happening there
start,
because
yeah.
it's like two separate stories, but
mm.
my mood is here.
Okay.
So
And you
I
must
just
honor that.
I must honor the mood.
That is true. That is true. How did yours go, Omphile?
I'm now on page 230. Out of it's 380 pages.
Who's there?
So from 214, I think it's 204 to 230. I think.
Okay.
So far, now things are starting to go onto the perspective of someone else who is like very key as well to the story, and I'm like, now we know. Yeah, guys, I'm
No,
enjoying
you're
this book.
sending me to this book, by the way. Is this a debut?
It's a debut. Yeah.
It's
You're
a
giving me
debut.
FOMO.
No, like the way that she's been talking about the story after every sprint, I'm like, I also want, I want to read it.
I'm
Listen,
supposed to be reading it anyway.
for a debut, I feel like there's no, for me personally, she hasn't missed any marks when it comes to the flow, the delivery, the character development,
Yeah.
Logic.
even this one character, like I'm just like, okay, now you're introducing another person, but I'm not even feeling that, I'm just like,
Yeah.
oh, he fits perfectly. He fits
Yeah.
in very perfectly with the whole story and everybody else's perspective.
That's great. That's actually great. I don't know. I stopped counting how many pages after every sprint, but when I did start this, I was on page 40. So I've managed to read. I'm on page 90 now, so I've managed to read 50 pages.
That's really good.
That's good. Yeah, I'm enjoying that. And it looks like our last sprint won't be 45 minutes because it's now 22 minutes past 11. So maybe we'll do like a let's not even stretch it to 30 minutes, maybe 25 minutes sprint to just end it off and we'll chat again at the end. I see Nonhly has dropped off, but she was enjoying her book after the last sprint just to catch Charity up. She was having fun. Glad to see Somali still here. She says, "Yeah, Black Cake is going in, guys." My FOMO, you know, the feeling of I was there and then I said, "Nah, fam, it's okay. Enjoy yourselves."
Now you're like,
You know what? I'm gonna dig you guys up when I read the book. I'm gonna dig you guys up so that I can also have an outlet.
Yeah.
I want to finish this.
So there's 4 parts. I think I might actually finish it this weekend. The way I'm looking at it, because now I'm almost on the 4th part now. I don't know if you can.
And is that the halfway mark?
How many parts?
Wait. There's 4 parts, and I am here now.
So you almost look like probably like
Yeah, it looks like
60%
it's almost.
in.
So
Yeah.
yeah. So
You
this is
passed the
the fourth
halfway mark
part
on both
now.
sides.
Mm.
A long time, yeah.
Mm. That's nice.
Going
That's nice.
in, going in.
For me, the measure of whether or not I'm going to finish a book is if I hit that halfway mark, right? And then I know that when I get to 100 pages, that if I get there, like 100 pages before the end, I know that I must read until I finish. Otherwise, I don't like that whole, I have 20 pages
Of
left.
20
Like,
pages.
why? Why are there 20 pages left? Like, let me finish the book if I'm finishing it, you know? So that's
Unless you're like passing out.
yeah, no, that's
Yeah.
different. Yeah. By the way,
Yeah.
are you guys keen on? Did you watch season 1 of Bridgerton by any chance? Any of you?
I started
Yes.
watching. I'm still on the first episode. I
Of
started watching
season
this
2.
afternoon
Of season 2.
of season 2. Yeah.
Okay, so I was asking if you watched season 1 because I'm also just saving that binge watch for like when I know
Oh
that
yeah,
I'm going to watch and finish.
I watched season 1 last year because I've
Yes.
told myself I'm not gonna read the books because I think
Yes.
I prefer
Oh,
watching.
but the books are so lovely, hey? Like
I
it's
feel
it's,
like
it's
Is
one of
it?
those ridiculous. Okay, I think they're also lovely because they are such easy reads. You literally will not even spend. Like I know that for the first book, I started it at dinner time. I didn't sleep like until I was finished, and it wasn't even like late into the night. And then the last book that I have is book 4. That's my favorite story. My favorite character in the series and in the TV series is Penelope.
I
So
love
the fourth book
Penelope
is
so
her.
much.
Penelope is the
I'm like,
best.
"Oh, I love you. I love her a lot. Like, so I'm psyched for season 2, but I'm like, I want to save it, so I'm trying to stay away from spoilers online because I know everybody's gonna be binging it this weekend, for
Yeah.
sure, for sure.
I've started watching it, but I'm not planning to binge watch it, so
Yeah,
it might take a couple of weeks for me to
yeah.
finish it.
I'm
But
gonna wait for you.
already in the first episode, I was like, "Oh, this is nice. I missed it," but
Yeah.
somehow I don't want to read the books.
No. You know what I can tell you about the books, right? Because I did see somebody's review on what's this thing? Goodreads, right? And they were saying they're never gonna watch the series because they're not interested in the political or making it into a political story in the sense that, and this is what I love about the TV series, so that's where we differ, is that Shonda has taken Black people and has put them in the story. In the actual book series, there are no Black people. So I'm
That's
like,
that's
yeah.
exactly the reason why I'm like, I don't want to
But at the same
read
time,
it.
though, I will give Julia Quinn her props. Like she has created a great world, a great story, and she has the whole whistle down and whatever, like that whole thing she has done so well. So for me, I feel like besides changing the races, Shonda's people didn't change the story. So
Yeah.
yes, we read a lot of books with a lot of white characters. I don't know. I forgot to even look at when those books were published. But what I'm trying to get at is that the essence of the story remains the same. It's just that the beautiful thing that Shonda did is show us that Black people can also find love in this kind of manner. And I think that
Yeah.
is really important
Are
for
the
me
books still as funny as what the
as
TV show is?
the TV show. And the thing is, okay, let me confess, I only started reading the books after I watched season 1. And the issue with
One.
things like that is that you can't really formulate your own characters in your head. Only the new characters can I imagine what they look like. And I watched the trailer for season 2 and I saw Kate, right? And I'm like, really?
That's not the key that I imagine.
Okay, do your thing. It's okay. I'll accept it. But I'm like, that was definitely not it for me. But yeah. And Simone is saying that Zainab, she was so tempted to get the books from Zainab. The thing is, you know what? For me, I feel like, when you are in a rut, when you are not, like, it doesn't matter what book you pick up, you're really not getting anywhere. You are in the worst reading slump. Those are the kind of books that you must read. Because you will literally topple over them like this, like this, like this, and they will still leave you feeling good, warm and fuzzy inside. It's and then they will bring back the interest of reading. So that's what I love most about them. But like I'm saying, Julia's stories are not there. It's not badly crafted at all. It's just that you do sit there and you're like, are there no Black people in this community? Like none, zero, nowhere to be found. Even the lowly
even
of this
the health,
community
like even the
are white.
health,
Yes, I was about to say even the lowly of this community is white. Like, okay, fine, not that it's okay that when you are depicting help, it's Black, but I'm like, even your
it
help
must,
is not Black. Like, we don't exist in this world. Like,
In this
there's
world.
no place for us.
like, wow.
Once you get over that, and I think it's nice that you have a place, an outlet like the TV series, right? So I couldn't get, maybe if I was reading it without the TV series, I would get a little bit more angry. So when I was reading it, I was like, I'm actually only reading you so that I can watch the TV series. So it's okay. I'm
And
gonna
have
give
some
my
points to compare.
satisfaction somewhere, you know? So
I think like the TV series to or the book series to TV or movie adaptations is just like I don't know where I'm sitting because there's some books where like for I don't know if you know the series You.
yes, I don't know the book though.
I preferred the TV series over the book. The
I
first
couldn't
book,
get past season 1. Do you know that? Like when season 2 started, I tried it and I was like, not again. Absolutely not going through this whirlwind one more time. I'm like, no.
that's
Episode 1, season 2, I was like, absolutely not. No. Like
that's
I
the
What
wanted
is
to
it
get
kind
called?
into the story and
View?
I was like, no. Huh? When he started with that voice that he was following, I was like, no. It's
but
not
like
going to happen.
that's the kind of things I like to like
Yeah.
read. And I was pleasantly surprised when I listened to the audiobook for the first book, and it was
Okay, maybe on
exactly as the
audio I might
way it was
enjoy.
written.
Okay.
But then when I got to book two, things were different. I'm like, I don't like this version of the story, but it's the original version.
And is the narrator still the same?
The narrator, no, the narrator is the same throughout,
Okay.
but the book is so vulgar. And
Oh.
and the main character is way more creepier in the book than they
No.
are in the series. And I'm like, I want the
And the
joy
other thing with
from the series.
audiobooks, right? It's not like you play them sometimes maybe, but for me personally, I don't play them on speaker. Eh?
Yeah.
So now this creepiness is happening here.
It's
Yeah.
happening here. And
No
then you look
way.
around.
Hey. Yeah. And no. Nah, it's not gonna happen.
You look
Yeah,
around, you're
I
like,
think
does
for me,
anybody hear that?
thrillers are. I think Sammy once suggested a thriller on Spotify,
Yes.
and I could like, and like I was like, what's going on? You know, like so. I think after that I was like, it's not for
But you
me.
know what, with
Unless
thriller,
I
I
listen
feel
to
like
it in the
you must
afternoon.
read it. You must read.
No,
I
I
think
love
hearing it is different.
no, but I love thrillers and
Yeah,
mysteries on audio.
Seriously.
Like you feel the intenseness. Like when you're reading the book, I feel like it's
mysteries,
very
yes.
monotonous. That you feel
Okay.
like your heart starts racing. You're
I
like,
can hear
yo,
you. I can hear
what's
you.
what's happening?
Yeah,
Like
because some of these narrators are very talented, hey?
some of them
Very,
are.
very talented. So
Some
for
of
Uh,
me,
them
I
are
feel like sometimes I fall in love with a
like
book because I loved the narrator
because of the
too.
the
narrator.
narrator is like,
And
Yeah.
sometimes the narrator can also just like destroy a very good book.
Yeah, that is true. So that's why if there's more than one narrator for a book, I literally sift. Like I give you like a minute or two to
Yeah.
just hear your voice, and I'm like, I'm definitely not listening to that
yeah.
voice, you know. Somebody says Charity sold me. One of us is lying. I've been hesitant to watch the series because I'm like, I really think I want to read the book.
To read the book.
To read the book.
I think
I'm
read
going
the
to
book.
read it.
Read the book
Oh,
first because I tried to watch the first episode of it on Netflix, and then I'm just like, I don't like these characters. I want the ones from the book.
oh,
I
because you'd read the
stopped
book before.
because I read the book
Okay,
first,
that's nice.
so
That's
I had
nice.
my
Ah,
own depictions of who they were in my mind, and I
Yeah.
just don't like the people that I saw
Yeah,
on TV. And I'm just like, hey, wait, let
Do
me
you
just
know
wait.
when that happened to me? And I think that is an important. I don't know how these TV producers come about with these kind of characters or what they. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? When they don't really link
yeah.
up to the. That for me was Dan Brown's that other book that caused all the
Oh, the
controversy.
angels and
Da
demons
Vinci,
and
no, Da Vinci
the Da
Code.
Vinci Code.
Remember
Yeah.
that the
Da Vinci
albino
Code.
Silas, I think. it took me literally, I want to say 4 years for me to get over the opening scene. I could not watch past that opening scene because every time I started, I was like, that is definitely not Silas. And I'd stop. And then I'd try again. I'm like, not the guy I had in mind. Then I try again and I'm like, and everybody was like, have you watched the movie? I'm like, I said to you, 4 years. Then eventually I was like, I've got nothing. You know, back in the day when you were still sharing movies and doing illegal things. So I was like, okay, I got nothing else to watch. You know, it's not like we are Netflixing here. So I'm like, okay, let me just watch this thing. And literally, when I did watch it, I skipped the opening scene because I was like,
and then you were able to,
really
because I like with Dan Brown, I actually watched all the movies, and I like that kind of mystery essence of it. So now I got the books, but for some reason, I'm not giving myself time to read the books. But
so for me, I've only read 2 of his books. And I find that the last one, I want to say maybe it is his latest one. I could be wrong. He could have written something else because you know how he does. I read Da Vinci and then I read The Origin. Or Origin. It's not The Origin, it's Origin. That one was very fascinating. It had a lot of... It has an AI character in there. It talks about futurism. It's really very well done in the manner in which it talks. It literally talks about where are you from, where are you going, how convicted are you about where you are going and where are you from and what are you basing it on. And you know, with him, it's going to have religion, but this time he's got religion against technology, but he does it in a very tasteful way. It's very well done.
I think it's a very I don't have Origin actually at all. I only have on my shelves the Da Vinci Code, Angels and Demons, The Lost Symbol,
I've been watching The Lost
Deception Point. I should have a couple of Deception Point.
I don't know that one at all from his titles.
That one I don't know at all because there was no movie adaptation for it. So I know the ones that had movie adaptations, but I actually haven't sat down to read all of them. I started reading Angels and Demons and I got halfway and then I was like, I'm going to continue some months. And then you forget because it's sitting somewhere. Behind other books.
Yeah.
But I must
and you read them after the movies.
Yeah.
It's not something I practice actually. You know, for me, I feel like I've only actually ever done that with the Bridgerton, right? And like I'm saying, I really struggled to bring out my imagination in the sense that, okay, you told me that this is what the Duke looks like, even though I can see here that he's blonde or whatever. Do you get what I'm trying to say? I'm like, okay, my Duke is still the black guy in the TV series. So while you're busy talking about these white features, Caucasian and stuff, I'm still stuck with the black Duke on the TV series. So I fear that when it comes to reading a book after. Unless of course, like it's a book that has, for example, I recently bought a secondhand copy of The Notebook, right? I have absolutely no doubt that I'm gonna enjoy it. I've watched the movie so many times, but I feel like I've never given Nicholas Sparks a chance, even though most movies that I watched from his book adaptations really made me weep. Because there's A Walk to Remember. That was the one movie I had to pause so that I could cry. And it was like an ugly cry. I had to like weep and then watch again. So I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to read the book. Like, honestly, no.
But I get what you're saying because what is that other one we were talking about? That leap out, you go Shadows. What was it?
Yeah, Shadow and Bone.
Because Shadow and Bone the Shadow and Bone TV series ruined the book for me. So now since then I told myself I always want to read the book first and then watch. The only other
I didn't watch the series
or movies that I've done, like the Harry Potter series, I watched the movies first. So it's only now that I'm actually reading the books.
But because it's so for me, I feel like when we're going to do movies out of books, I'm sorry, if I'm attached to the characters in my book, if you want to copy and paste, you better copy and paste. Like, because for me, I feel like Harry Potter, the Hunger Games, and whatever. Like I have, and Lord of the Rings, I have nothing to complain about. It's Gandalf is Gandalf. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Hagrid in Harry Potter is Hagrid. I have nothing that I can say, hey, you didn't do it. No, perfect. Well done. Don't come here trying to reinvent the wheel. Great. This is what we are here for.
And swapping characters.
Listen, Bookmarked by Wolf says, yes, One of Us is Lying books were good. TV show, not so much. I also didn't like the characters. They even swapped the characters of Nate and Cooper, and I struggled to concentrate just from that. You see,
But
give
how do
us
they swap
what we
them?
know.
Cooper is
Huh?
black, number one. Nate is white. How do you swap them? Let's just.
So then there's maybe not racially. Maybe they swapped the
Or maybe
storyline.
the character,
The
the
storyline,
personality.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because like I didn't even get 15 minutes into it. Like the first 10 minutes, I was like, no, I don't know these
Yo.
people. I don't know. I don't
Leave
know
it,
these
child.
people that
Like
I'm
if it's
watching.
not gelling, if the vibe is not vibing,
Don't do it.
no, don't do it. Okay, so I think let's do a young one because it's now because I do want us to say our final goodbyes. So we've got 20 minutes left. I don't want to stretch it longer than what it should be. So let's just do a power read for 15 minutes and then call it a night. Is that okay with everyone?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let me set that up then. Just 2 seconds. And that's the end of our final sprint. We've got like 5 minutes to chit chat. I think this went very well. Thank you guys. This was great. I actually don't even feel tired. I'm gonna finish my chapter before I go to bed, so that when Nonhly starts, I can start a fresh chapter. So that's exciting.
Yeah, I also stopped in the last chapter when there was like a minute left
Yeah.
because you don't want to get into the next one.
Yeah.
I'm also left with one. Now I'm on the father's perspective, and like I said before, the chapters are very short, so I'm gonna finish this one before I sleep, and then in the morning I'll start a new, but it'll still be his perspective.
Okay.
So now I like the structure of how Charmaine broke down the characters, because now towards the end, or rather towards the end of the, like you're getting the feel of the father as well, because the men in here also, their stories are valid and they matter. So I
That's
like
interesting.
it.
That's interesting. What's the central theme, if I may ask, without any spoiling? What's it about? Like, it sounds like it's not a saga because it's the same family, right? It's not like it's generations, ne? But what is the central theme that's weaving these people?
Secrets, secrets.
Okay.
The secret is the main thing. The woman left like in her estate, or like she left when she died, she left them something.
Okay.
But now they just left with a whole lot of, now they're questioning a lot of things, and now everybody's perspective is coming in, and I'm seeing things in everybody else's eyes, and how everything went about in one instance. Like, for example, the era that I'm on now is like explaining the thing that kept the siblings apart for so long, or rather the whole family actually apart for so long, up until this woman's death.
Okay.
So
Okay, that's very interesting actually. It's a nice
secrets,
premise.
family secrets.
Why is it that the family secret always comes out when it's somebody's death?
Because that
And
person, I
someone
always
else.
say, Mina, is
You
that
must
person
keep
who
your
protects the
secret.
secret. Yeah, those are the secret keepers. Now they're gone.
You must go with the secret.
Aibo. It's been
Now people
struggling to
must
come
deal
out.
with the fact that now they're questioning them. They're questioning their lives, their own lives. They're questioning their whole identity as well, because this
Because of
woman
that
was
secret.
also, she also lost herself, multiple times
Mm,
actually.
because of this
Sure.
secret, I get. It better be that they are aliens or something because I understand. I don't get it. Yeah. Yeah. How did yours go, Nonhly? We lost you there after the last sprint.
Okay, mine went on, and it was just between the student and the professor, and how their fake relationship is going. Remember to keep the other friend happy, because she actually wants to date the ex. Yeah.
Yes.
So
Yes.
far it's
Ah,
been about that, and how the professor was just like joking about getting her arrested and all of that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
That one's gonna
it's
catch
still
feelings. I can already
cute. There's
tell.
still
The
nothing
professor.
like huge happening, but I'm
No,
hoping
that
there's
professor is
something
catching
there. Yeah.
feelings.
They're gonna catch
Mm.
feelings, Vela. The ex is never gonna see the light of day.
Very. These pretend or fake relationships or whatever, there's always somebody catching feelings, and then perhaps it will be happily
yep.
ever after. But it's always getting
Even
like
in
feelings.
real life,
Hi, who fakes relationships in real life when?
I get it. There's a
a
point to the
situationship,
saying "fake it until you make it."
I suppose.
yeah.
I suppose. I suppose. Okay, and we're not charity. You ended up finishing, or well, focusing on the Atlas 6, and
Well,
yeah.
I'm focusing on my book. I've already have like a character that I favor in here, and now I get to parts where there's characters that I don't like, and I'm like, "Ugh, just like finish talking so that I can get to the person
I
that I
get like
actually
that
want.
sometimes as well.
Mm.
And you know what? I wish I
Yeah.
had. I have one of my sister's friends has the whole thing ability to just skip parts of a book when she's like, she just skips to the next one, and she hopes that the author will catch her up with whatever. And I'm like, so, to some extent, that's not okay. Hey, like
You can't do
Nah.
that. You can't do
And
that
then
in a fantasy where they're giving you critical information in
so she said
between.
to me the one time that, are you trying to tell me that you read every the and that? And I'm like, actually, probably that's why I'm a slow reader, because I do. I mind the full
Listen.
stops, I mind the commas, I mind the there's and the ends. And she does some no ways. Sometimes she just skips and she knows that she will catch up, like she will make sense. I'm like, but you don't always, because you never know. Maybe you've skipped a twist, and I
Maybe
didn't
you
know it's
skip
gonna
the
become
twist.
apparent. For her, she doesn't know it's gonna become apparent. I don't read from cover to back page. I don't know.
Runa, we are busy here with the prologues and the epilogues
Listen,
and
we even want to
authors'
read the
acknowledgement.
acknowledgements, wasting our time.
We want
Yeah.
the author's note. We want everything.
Listen,
That has to
everything. And we
do.
also want to know, when was it published? Who
When was it
published
published?
it? Eh?
Which book comes first? Am I on the right one? Am I on the first one, second one?
I know, it's hectic.
I
It's
remember for
hectic. So
last
for me, I'm
last
really enjoying
I
this.
looked for the author's note because I just wanted to understand where she was coming from when she was writing that character.
Yeah.
Yep. I lost
So
that.
for me, author's notes, I know they put them at the beginning, but sometimes they are at the end, but I never read them until I'm done with the book.
I usually
Yes.
also
Yeah.
would read them after the book so that whatever feelings I have about the book, I need you, especially ones that I have very strong feelings about, you must explain to me why you got to where you got to.
Okay, I hear you.
But
This one's author's note is also at the back.
Yeah. I think it's
Um,
always nice when it's at the back. You don't get the temptation at the start, you know? Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. These days I don't read acknowledgements. I don't want to lie. I really don't.
no, I don't read acknowledgements. Like, but I do like how some, I think I've seen it mostly with YA authors. In the beginning of the book, they actually give you the trigger warnings. Because
Yeah.
I never
I
read
see that a
I
lot
never
now.
read synopsis, so
Yeah.
I never know what I'm getting into until it's too late for me.
But you know
So
what? I did have this debate once about trigger warnings, and I feel for me, I'm like on the fence, right? Obviously, trigger warnings are necessary to an extent, but I feel like for me, it will numb me for the impact of whatever it is that is so triggering in the book. So I don't know. I'm not saying that authors are putting them there for us to be triggered, but I'm saying if it's meant to trigger me, I shouldn't know beforehand, because so I'd probably skip the warning, is what I'm trying to say, is that for me, I don't want I love going into a book raw. I don't want to know anything. So that when that
Anything.
trigger comes, I must feel what it is that I feel the author actually intended you to feel when they wrote that. Yes, they have to consider sensitive readers,
yeah,
etc. But personally, I don't want to know. I don't want to know the
I
triggers.
think I think for me, because I feel like I'm one person. I'm not specifically triggered by something very specific in a book. I can read a book that has any triggers, but I understand it for somebody who's been maybe in a situation of rape, and then that book, like Neri Okorafor's, who fears death, right?
Yeah,
You
Obvious.
can't read that. If
yeah.
you had any bad sexual experiences, you cannot read that book. Like I've never experienced that, but it was so disturbing for me to read that, and I couldn't do the skipping because then I needed to understand the characters'
Yeah.
personalities. So like that's why even for me, for most of my reviews, when I do reviews, wherever I can, I try to put trigger warnings for people. Then you can decide whether you want to actually attempt it or not.
So I appreciate the existence of those warnings though, but I'm saying if it's like even with reviews, right? You'll never find me trying to get into a review of a book that I intend to read. If I haven't read it, I'm not listening to the review. After I've read it, I absolutely
Same.
love the different perspectives. I love them to bits, but I'm not going in there. So even by the time you review and you are highlighting the trigger warnings, I would have already picked them up myself. Do you get what I'm trying
Yeah.
to say? So yeah, that's just me. But I do definitely think that because people have experienced life in different ways, like you're saying, that it is important, especially because authors are writing such deep things these days, that it is important that you
You did.
definitely tell people what it is that
Yeah.
you are.
I think also like sometimes I like because I also get your point that sometimes if maybe an author is giving you like a long list of trigger warnings, they basically telling you what's happening in the story without telling you. So now
Spoilers, of
it's like
course. Yeah,
spoilers. You're being
yeah,
spoiled at the
yeah,
same time. So
yeah.
it's like I kind of want to know what
But
kind
not
of
that
deep
much.
stuff
Yeah,
to look out for, but I don't want to be spoiled.
yeah, yeah.
Like some of them
Definitely.
will mask it. They'll be like, I don't know. This
There's some
book
comments as well.
contains this book contains like heavy mental issues or stories about
Oh, you
slavery
guys.
or whatever. I can handle that.
Okay,
But
that is
yeah,
vague enough. Yes,
yes. But if you
I
go
hear
very
you.
specific into it, then it becomes spoilery because now for your duration of reading the book, you're looking for that spoiler. You're looking
That
for
thing,
that
that
trigger.
is true. That's the thing. That's the thing. And sometimes, like you're saying, triggers vary between two people. So you might think the author might be on some, okay, this is a trigger, but for the actual person reading it, because of the lack of experience with whatever it is, they might not feel triggered, and they might be waiting for this moment where I'm actually triggered, and it
And then it
doesn't
doesn't
come.
come.
Yeah. Kat says, thank you, ladies. I'm also going to finish off my chapter. I am on chapter 9 of Wahat. People, this
Nice.
one finished her first book. She's on chapter 9 of. So I don't know if she had
She's so
started.
Oh, God.
I don't know if she had started it already, but good on you, girl. Good
because
on
she said
you.
that she finished something about a river.
The one broken river tent, broken
Yeah,
river tent.
Broken
Broken
River.
River Tent.
Yeah. She says her iPad is
Movie.
acting up now. Go straight to chapter 1 and leave everything else.
Is this with the author's note and stuff? Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Luyanda says, I also read everything. I don't imagine myself skipping chapters. It could never be me also, hey? It could never be me.
I
So I
remember
was saying,
reading.
by the time that I got to the end of that sprint, my book is taking a turn. So I believe that this main character, Aduni, she's probably gonna live like more than one kind of life. Her life is quite sad. Something
Yeah.
significant has happened in her life that is quite heartbreaking at this point. And it's not the first heartbreak that you feel for her, in the book. So I'm like, give this girl a break. Can she just catch a break? Like it's a lot. Like, can she breathe? So
And
I'm absolutely enjoying how you are seeing her showing up like as different forms as we all do in life, right? Because initially we meet her as the daughter, then we meet her as the wife, now we're meeting her as, I can't say because that might be spoilerish, but as whatever she is, and she's gonna morph into something else now as well. And I find that way of carrying the story is quite creative. I'm enjoying it.
It's
no, that was a
it's
good.
like
That
a
was a good book.
becoming.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Bookmarked by Wolf says, thank you, ladies. We'll join again for 8 p.m. session. All right. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you for
joining
being here.
Thank
us. I will
you.
share on, I think right now before I go to bed, I'll share not charities, Nonhly's link on my Instagram. And I think I'll do the same for you when it's after Nonhly's one on Pile, and the same for you, Charity, after Pile's one. Ne? So that we can just keep that fire burning. Otherwise, thank you so very much, ladies. I think this was quite a success. So thank you. We did
It was. It
well.
went well for our first one.
Yes, we did
Watch us be
well. We did
pros.
well.
This was amazing.
Watch us be pros by next.
Yeah, we did well. We did well. Thank you. Have a great night.
At
8 o'clock is
at
8
least
o'clock. Hey, 8 o'clock is 8 o'clock
8
in the
Eight
o'clock is
o'clock
8
morning
is 8
o'clock.
o'clock.
tomorrow.
I must I must go sleep now so that 8 o'clock can be 8 o'clock.
Set all the alarms. I know sleeping in on weekends is set all the alarms, please. These TBR pals won't chow themselves, ne?
And funny enough, I wake up so early on the weekend.
It's only the kids for me that do that, hey? Like I beg myself to try and
I'm
sleep.
like awake at like 6.
Yeah, no, not personally.
I
I wake
like
up at 6 and I'm like, sleep, please, sleep. It's Saturday. Then these ones will wake up at 6:30 and be like, okay, fine, like wake up. Yeah,
it's over for me.
Yeah, you don't win. You never win.
Thank you to
ladies.
everybody
See you
that's still on here. See you
Bye.
tomorrow.
Okay, see you in
Bye.
the morning, guys.
Bye.
Bye.